right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We might have a few stragglers come in and join us. So welcome to your second installment of your intro. Good Lord, words are going to be tough. Of your wraparound training. So today's your one-day engagement training. And so probably your first one in person unless you're coming back through for a refresher. So it's nice to see everybody outside of a computer screen. I know some people are like, oh, you guys are really pretty in person. So thank you for those compliments. And it's nice to see you from, more than your head up so you can see our entire bodies today. Since we do have a smaller group today, we are going to move you around just a little bit when we get started. But I just wanted to kind of let you know some housekeeping things to start with. If it's your first time at the Government Center, there's bathrooms. If you go out to the left, straight down, there are some. They were just closed, so they shouldn't be closed when we go on break. But if they happen to still be closed, you can go straight across. There's some right over there in the big auditorium area as well. There is a snack shack. If you go out to the left, turn right and walk down, there's a snack shop. If you go downstairs, if you want to stay here for lunch, there's a cafeteria that has all sorts of things downstairs. Or you can also go, off. If you do leave for lunch, you'll have to come back through that public entrance, so just keep that in mind. We will break, usually about every 90 minutes we'll try to break. You'll have about an hour or so for lunch, depending on time and what the rush might look like for that. But before we actually dig into our content for today, I want to start off training and come up with some things that we actually do during your WTMs. So if you guys kind of think about what is something at the start of your meeting that you create to kind of help your team stay on track, make sure your meetings go smoothly. Does anybody remember what those things might be called? Ground rules, yes. So we're going to come up with some ground rules just for this training so we can make sure there's a safe space for everybody. Everybody feels, safe to talk and there's no issues. If we have anything, we can always refer back to these and just remind ourselves that this is kind of what we came up with as a group that we were to adhere to. So for training purposes, does anybody have any ground rules that you would like to have up here for training?
Don't say sorry.
Maybe like minimal background check.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, so keep that stuff at minimum so everybody can hear. I know we're a small group, but just making sure that no side conversations are happening so everybody can kind of get as much out of it as they can. I like that one. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes, go ahead. Be open and honest. You go ahead and just find an open seat wherever. Anybody have any other ones? I was just going to say, can we have fun? Just be like, right? Let's have some fun. All right, so we'll just make sure that we keep these posted and remind ourselves if stuff starts to get a little wonky or out of hand, that we'll remind ourselves of these ground rules. If you have not signed in yet, please make sure that you do sign in. It's floating around somewhere. Oh, right here. So just make sure that you sign in. If you do not have your organization beside your name, please make sure that you go into your Absorb account and add that in. That is something that we do need to have in Absorb for that. You will get a certificate for participation today. It'll take a couple weeks. We have to upload sign-in sheets into Absorb and then they handle all of that. So DMHA doesn't handle your certificate. So give them a couple weeks to get it in there. But by the end, you'll have that as well. All right? Are there any questions before we jump into an activity? We're going to get you up and moving to start out. All right, what I need you to do is we're going to count off by fives. So we'll start over here. We'll just start right here. If you just want to be one, and we'll just go around.
1, 2, 3.
You can go ahead.
4, 5,
All right, so we're gonna, if you are a 1, we're gonna have you right over here. So all the 1s, all the 2s are gonna be back here.
Say 1, 2.
Yep, 1's right here, yep. So just stand by your Post-it right now, and then I'll give you some instructions.
Take a marker with it.
Yes, you need a marker, sorry. 1 person needs a marker. So we can just put them over here. Yeah, 3's right here. Yep, right here by this, on this door. Probably put 4's right here. And then we'll put 5's right up here in the front. We just need 1 marker, so just, I mean, if you have multiple, that's totally fine. 1's over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up front. She has. Poor Bryson gets chosen to write every training. Yeah, I'm sure your hand was probably hurting. I guarantee it was. Oh yeah, that's a good call. No, you're fine. All right. So we're gonna play a little game. Ooh, maybe. There we go. All right. So what I need you to do is in your groups, I want you to write out the 10 principles of wraparound. So let's see how many you remember for the 10 principles of wraparound. And when you're done, let us know. So go ahead and start. Write as many as you can remember. 10 principles of wraparound. Ready, go. Yep, nope, you can use the whole sheet. Yep, you can write them however you want to write them. You can use up the whole sheet. Six. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Can I have a hand?
What are you doing right now? Together.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. Yes, I was just going to say we want to. So we are, I guess I should have mentioned this in the beginning. We're recording for our training purposes. So you are going to have to talk into a mic if you, when you're participating, so the camera picks your voice up, all right? Just a heads up. Now, don't let that deter you from, because we're going to call on you if you don't want to talk. All right, so go ahead and tell us what are the 10 principles of wraparound that you guys came up with. What do you think they were?
I have family, voice, and choice.
Oh, louder. Gotta talk loud.
Community-based.
Yep.
Strength-based. Team-based. Culturally competent. Individualized. Natural supports. Unconditional care. Outcomes-based. And collaborative care.
Woo! Good job. Collaboration. Good job. Oops. All right. Collaboration.
Did you say collaborative care?
Collaboration. Yeah. Yep.
Unconditional care.
Unconditional care. Collaboration.
Yep.
All right. Does anybody know kind of why we have these 10 principles in Wraparound? What do they help us do? Guide the process. Focus on the family. Yep. Yeah, so it's really about we're partnering with families that are cycling through the system, and we want to make sure when we're engaging with them that we're doing it in a different way. And so these principles can really help us guide that process to make sure that we are doing different things for these families as they come into our care for Wraparound. So what I want you guys to do is you're going to sit with your team. So gather up your stuff. We'll have 1s, 2s.
I know.
She's like, the number is 3, Amber.
Yeah.
We could put a group there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, I was trying to figure out seating.
Amber does know what comes up.
I do know how to count, I promise.
Oh, yeah. No cheating. I know. Also, there's name tags. Now, if you all could just write your names and maybe your agencies that you work at, that would be helpful for us. Not your age. Don't put your age.
Yeah, not your age.
I mean, if you're bold, you can, but you don't have to. Amber, I'm going to teach you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I think she's running just a little late. Jen had said, yeah. Steal some of your stuff for that other group. We'll get you some fidgets and stuff. I'm stealing some stuff. All right, we're going to, as we get situated, talk about typical style. So you all are here for engagement training, which, how many of you have actually taken like a motivational interviewing course? Probably a lot of you. How many of you are therapists by nature? Trained therapists, anybody? Oh, okay. Sometimes we have a few. All right, and so what we're going to do over today is really talk a lot about the way that we engage with families so that we can ensure that engagement with them as a process goes really smoothly. And so how many of you are really just starting to partner with some families at this point? Like, how many do you have? 4, 5, 6. Anybody have not started partnering with families yet? Okay, so that's totally fine. And we have some experienced people in here, right, that have been doing this for a hot minute, which is awesome. I like having a good variety. So we're going to dig in and really talk about the typical styles of engagement or how we can, present with people. This is all in your participant manuals also, okay? And so I know virtually we have them, so you can type on them, but please make sure that you all are following along. They're really helpful to use after the fact, okay? And so we have 3 typical styles. We have 3 of these primary approaches that we tend to use when we're engaging with people. We have the cheerleader, which we're agreeing, we're approving, or we're praising. You can do it. Is anybody in here a cheerleader by nature? You are, Clark? Did you cheer in high school? No. I am not. I mean, I can be a cheerleader. I'm more of a logic. So persuading with logic, you want to do this because of A, B, and C, kind of laying that out for people. And then we have the muscle. We are ordering, we're directing, or we're like commanding. people to do something. So you're going to do it because I said so. What does that feel like to you? What kind of professions? Probation.
Case management.
Case management. I know. Right? DCS type stuff, right? And so, which one are you all? I mean, if we kind of just think about this, I can be more logical, and I'll cheer when I have to. And in parenting, especially, I do a lot of muscle with my teenagers, right? Like, but I can fluctuate between a lot of these, right? So, where do you all kind of land? Do we want to use the microphone? I'll just repeat.
Oh, okay.
You use them all, depending on the situation. Yeah. What's your go-to? Like, where do you kind of lean first? Logic. A lot of logical people. I know. I feel like we're going to be running around.
Yeah. If you just repeat this one, and then maybe when we report out actual like group stuff.
Sure.
Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, was he in your purse?
Well, it looks good on you, but I think I'll just.
Do you know somebody, or do you work with somebody that might rely on one style over the other? I do.
Oh, yeah. I have a cheerleader.
You have a cheerleader? Is she annoying, or is it?
Sometimes, because you want her to be serious, and you're like, no.
Yeah. Well, yes, and I mean that in the nicest way.
Yeah.
Right? Like when it's not our go-to style of communicating with people, sometimes it can be like, can you just use some logic? Or, when what we're doing isn't working, sometimes we have to pivot and try something else, right? So we know that when we're engaging with families and wraparound, we can't always go in with an ordering and directing, commanding communication style, right? What would be the problem with that?
They aren't going to engage.
Yeah, what would that look like, Abby?
I think because breakfast something so different and people aren't used to it approaching them with that also may
Yeah,
have just like push back
yeah, might look like
not
pushback.
listening or not really be so intense with their like playing care.
Yeah,
Because they're just used to just basically DCS operation.
right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
So
it's voluntary, right? And so we don't want to go in and order families or direct families or even command families to do things, right? Where really, if we think about the principles, banking on family voice and choice, and that's what that means, right? Is we give families options. They get to pick what they are involved with and what needs they work on. And so we have to have a divergent approach to partnering with families. So yeah, we just have to be aware of the way that we typically communicate with people and know that we might have to shift depending on the situation. What might be an issue with the logic model? Yeah. Yeah. If they don't have buy-in, that logic might not even click. They might not even understand what wraparound is at this point, right? And so that it might be really hard logically to talk to them about, well, I really need you to do this because of these reasons. So good. And we already kind of talked about the cheerleader. It can kind of feel what? Like the cheerleader approach. What can that feel like to people? Annoying. In what way, though? Like,
Just like,
2 hours, 20 minutes.
yeah, because it feels like, right, like no matter what's going on, oh, it's going to be fine, it's going to, yay, raw, when in reality, these families are going through really hard.
Thank you.
Welcome, you made it.
I'm 20 minutes.
Good, where'd you come from?
You're further north than I was. Yeah.
So 69 South, right?
Yeah.
Or 31?
Yeah.
30,
Yeah. I think so. Whatever the way that you
Yeah.
guys agree with that.
That's okay.
Close road.
You're fine. I'm going to move this just to get out of here.
I'm going to
It's not
get you
big.
a manual.
I'm
Yeah.
going to put myself on this. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I will get you one.
All right, so.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, all my stuff. Okay. 8. Amber, all my pages got it.
Got mixed up.
Sorry.
Oh, from
All my stuff moved together. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. I don't really need my notes. Okay, so not only do we bring our own communication styles, right? Like we just bring our own personalities to when we're partnering with families and teams. We also bring our own stuff, which can get in the way, right? And so we have to have a really high level of self-awareness because sometimes the way that we respond to people really does send the wrong message. So we have to be really aware of maybe our logical approach isn't working, maybe we do need to kind of try something else. So we also have, hot button issues, which is well, we could do it on like extra so typical responses of like trying to find solutions or offering like services or additional advice, right? Sometimes being a cheerleader can feel like giving people advice sometimes too. We just have to be really aware of that. So I want you to go to page 6 in your participant manuals. There's a list of barriers to listening. And I want you all just to take a few minutes to read through those really quick. I forgot about the activity. They have a piece of paper that they write on their hot button issue. Should we just have them, should we just tear up the paper? I have some paper in mine. Nope. Yes. We could just, do you mind? Oh, bless you. All right, did you all have just a few minutes to kind of look through, or do you need more time? I'm a really fast reader, so sometimes I don't give people enough time to do so. Okay, so let's look at this list. There's 12 different, barriers, 12 different, groups of barriers, I guess. What, is there anything on this list that you know that you do? That is just like something that I do this often when I communicate and try to listen with others. Anybody?
I definitely reassure, sympathize. I don't know about consoling, but I'm definitely reassuring.
Yeah. So like trying to make people feel better, giving advice for you.
Not like on purpose, but just when
Yeah.
you're in that situation, you hear families.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, this is what I'm doing.
Yeah. It's hard as
Not meaning to meaning, but
no, but you want to offer like some solutions, right? Like, and I think, are you a helper? Like, have you ever done personality? Okay. Yeah. So I'm a 2. I don't know if you've ever done that. I'm a helper. That's just like our innate thing. Like, oh, I really want to help, And as social workers, we all want to help, right? Like, we don't want to kind of listen. We don't want to, but it's hard for us to listen without like trying to like give some support, right? Okay. Any other ones? Number 11, questioning and probing. Yep. Yeah. So your go-to is just questions. Like, you feel comfortable doing that. Yeah, information gathering, which is important in Wraparound, right? Yeah. Are any of these surprising to you that they are barriers? Number 8?
I mean, I'm not surprised, I'm surprised either.
Shaming, ridiculing, or name calling. Yeah. No, I'm glad that you are appalled by that because we don't want to do that. Wraparound, right? Yeah. Let's talk about, number 3, you talked about giving advice, making suggestions, or providing solutions. In Wraparound, what could that be considered if we are giving families options? It could be case management, but what does that also feel like if you're doing that even in engagement before you've even gotten to that initial team meeting?
So maybe feel like we're saying we know what's best.
Yeah. Yeah, you're coming in as the expert and probably planning outside of that team process. Okay, so we don't want to do that, right? In that engagement phase, we do want to make sure that we're meeting families where they're at and helping to reduce the crisis in the home so we can get to that first team meeting, right? Providing some solutions for that or some crisis planning. But we don't want to go in and plan with this family because they'll be like, well, great, I don't need a team. You just did everything for me, right? Case management stuff. Yeah. What about question 7, number 7? Like agreeing and praising and approving. What can happen with that specifically? It's a kind of a cheerleader approach, right? Do what? Yeah. It can come across as patronizing a little bit, right? It creates also a kind of this power differential, okay, so to families. So we have to be really careful to not approach in that way, or like if we catch ourselves listening in that way, maybe try a different approach, right? Interpreting and analyzing. Clark, I'm surprised you didn't say that one, because this is where kind of child welfare comes in quite a bit, right? Juvenile justice. You know, sometimes those, if we're listening in that way, we're kind of reading into things that are implied instead of just listening. We give our own meaning kind of rather than clarifying what is meant. And we'll get into that a little bit later today. So, and then asking questions. So if we go in and ask a lot of questions, which Amber's going to talk about, you know, question after question, it's really about our agenda instead of like listening to the family and hearing what they're saying and then giving that back to them. So we have to be really careful about asking question after question after question. We need questions, right? We have to get information wraparound, but we have to be really careful about not just peppering families with questions. Okay? These barriers that we have in your packet, there's research that concludes that these behaviors tend to make the listener have defensive feelings, which is really the opposite of what we want to do when we're engaging with families in wraparound, okay? And so they really get in the speaker's way, which is the family and the youth and people that you're talking about. And so sometimes, you know, we have to just go a different way. Like roadblocks, there's a place and time for them. We're going to ask questions. We're going to offer some advice. We're going to console people because that's who we are, right? But we just have to be self-aware about those things and make sure that it's not, you know, putting up roadblocks for the whole engagement process with families. Okay. So, just as we have our own ways to engage, this doesn't want to go. Oh, there we go. We're going to do a little experiment, well, actually just a little activity together. This is one of my very favorite things that we get to do. Because virtually it's really hard to do this, and I love this in person. So, Amber's handing out a piece of paper for all of you. And what I want you to do is write down an issue that you just really struggle with when partnering with families. So I'll give you an example. When I was in college, I pretty much had to fend for myself financially. Okay, I worked about 2 or 3 jobs. I just really had to work hard. So, you know, and I went to Ball State, so, you know, I had to balance a lot of different things. So, school, work, I was in a sorority, surprise, surprise. So anyway, so something for me that when I got out of college, I just couldn't fathom was families that struggled all year round, paying bills, they were, you know, on the verge of getting kicked out, evicted, or whatever. They would get their tax check and they would blow it. Okay, that was really hard for me, starting out in the work in the real world, right? And so for me, that was a real hot button issue. But it can be anything that you all just know that might get in the way, or things that you kind of struggle with. So write that down on your paper and put it in your pocket. Okay. I'll give you a minute. Or you can just put it in your hand. You don't have a pocket.
Is this in relation to the entire family or the parents? Or
It could be any of it. It could be anything around child abuse or neglect. It could be, I mean, right? Like just anything that you know is just kind of like a hot button issue for you in this work. Okay, when you're done, what I want you to do is stand up and meet somebody in this room that you don't know and stand beside them. Okay, so introduce yourself and just stand with them. We're gonna have one group of 3. So, okay? You guys gonna hang out? Okay. Who wants to be Clark's partner? I mean, I would.
Just that you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yep, just someone you don't know.
somebody you don't know. I know. Yeah. It's right on the back. It's not that deep. All right, does everybody have a partner? Did you all say hi and introduce yourselves? Okay, I need one of you in the group to raise your hand.
We're kind of similar. Yes.
And two of you. Those that have your hand raised, go with Amber.
Hello.
Huh? Just to go with Amber. And then whoever's not with Amber, come close. One of you go with Amber. And one of you come with me. I mean, we could just powwow right here. Okay. We'll wait till they leave. I remember doing this in my engagement. I was like, what are we doing? Why are you taking me? Do you remember this? Did you ever do engagement in person? Oh, no, you did it virtual.
I did engagement in person, but I don't remember this.
All right. Okay. So you are the lucky group, right? Okay. So I want to make sure I get this right. So remember underlying needs, right? And wraparound, how we're really looking for the underlying things that are driving behavior. Okay, so what I want you to do is use the timeline that's in your participant manual. I think it's on page 9. Yeah, it looks like this, okay? Your assignment is to use this timeline with your partner or partners. Do you have 2? Yeah, so they're coming back, okay? So the people that left with Amber, they're going to be coming back in, okay? So those are the people that you're going to be interviewing. So just pick one of them, Sarah, since there's 2 people. And you're going to find out the why behind that hot button issue, okay? So you're not going to have them show you what it is or anything yet, okay? So you're just going to start interviewing them, kind of talk about it and see if you can, well, actually, hold on.
Interviewing them in what way? Is it their family?
Oh yeah, they actually do give you, so before they didn't, but they give you your slip of paper, okay? So they'll give you like, so I'll be like, here Bryson, this is my slip of paper, and then you're gonna ask, like interview them to figure out why that is their hot button issue, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's anything, that's all, okay? So you can use this to help you figure out the why or what led up to that, right? Yeah, like that's what we look for in underlying needs, right? Like what is the situations or those initial conditions that made that the behavior that we're seeing, right? And so that's what you're gonna try to uncover from your partner, cool? You have 15 minutes and they're not getting any of these instructions, okay? So they're gonna come in, hand you their slip of paper and they don't know what you're doing, cool? Okay? All right, I'm gonna go get them. Ready, go team. Go team. Okay. Did you tell them? When you come back in, hand your partner your slip of paper and sit down, okay? With them. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Give your partner their slip of paper and just sit down.
Yep. Okay,
Go back to your partner and give them your paper.
cool. It's warm out here. In Sarah's group of 3, just one of you needs to give the paper. They're like networking like crazy over there. That black guy's really hot. Like professional. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you 15 minutes So chatter away. I'm gonna give you like 3 minutes to just finish up conversations. Did you get signed in, everybody? Will you sign in for me? Your ring is so pretty. And your nails, gosh, you just don't look at mine. Mine are just not good. All right, thank you, ma'am. You have some awesome Cummins people here. I love Yvonne, man. She's like one of my favorite new people. Yeah, yes. Yeah. You've had a lot of contact with them? Like with your, yeah. I love it.
Yeah, Yvonne has a lot of recent engagements.
Yes, I know. Yeah. And she wants more, I hear. All right. I like how talkative you all are. Are you done? Hopefully.
I mean, we can talk about the history of Wraparound.
You nerds. They're talking about the history of Wraparound up here, y'all. I called them nerds. No, I'm just kidding. I'll play nerd. Jackie's a nerd. I like it. Okay. I am going to pass the microphone around this time so that we can capture this. Now, when we talk about this and process through it, don't talk about your stories at all. It's a personal, right? Like we don't need to really dig into all of that. But I do want to talk to you just about the exercise itself of what you all just sat through. So, we divided you up into partners, and then we put you, some of you in the hall. So if you were ones that had to go out in the hall, what was your first reaction to me being like, go with Amber? Yvonne's like, it's fine. I like Amber. I mean, nobody can hear it. Just
It's just like a quick sentence. I was just wondering what you guys were talking about.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
what was the secret and how are we going to process this? Because I didn't know what we were going to do. But that's
Yeah. Kind of that unknowing of, oh Lord, what are they having us do? Yeah. What about the ones of you that stayed in here with me?
What was that? That laugh.
Well, now you can talk in the microphone.
Well, I adore you. So
Were you excited?
I was. I went into my cheerleader phase and got a little bit excited. And when I found out I was going to have to interview and ask questions, I was a little shocked. So,
Okay.
because we do it every day.
Yeah.
And then when you're doing it with a person that also does it, you're like, holy smokes, I hope I do it right.
So a little intimidating.
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your open and honest answer. I'll sign your autographs. Oh, thank you. Okay. Do what? Intimidating. Yeah. Okay. Especially when it's people that you might not even know. Right. I remember doing this in my engagement. I told the group that stayed behind. I was so like, oh my gosh, what do I have to do now? But yeah, there's just a lot of skills that go into what we just did. So, how, the interviewers, the people that stayed with me, how did you feel like when you got your assignment, other than a little intimidated? Were there other kind of feelings that came up for you all that had to actually do the interviewing?
Hoping to ask the right questions.
Okay, so just I really hope I do this right to get the information I need. Yeah.
Because of all the things we do this, we found our engagement things.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little difficult when you only have maybe one bit of information that you're trying to get to this underlying reason why. Right?
That it was hard not to do the barriers and just, we're not afraid of that women's nope, that's not something I would ask.
Yeah, so Jackie had in mind those list of lots of barriers, right? I love that. I love that you took that into consideration, like when you were talking with Jack. Put your name tag on it.
It is right there.
See it from this location. Okay. Jack. All right. So if you were interviewing somebody, what did you do to make them feel comfortable
I'll get you one.
in your group? Is there anything in particular that you did to make that person feel comfortable to talk to you? You looked them in the eye? Okay. Say, hey, what's up? Reassuring body language. What does that mean?
You're welcome.
to you? Like, what did you do? You therapized. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see like if we did this virtually how hard that could have been to like make somebody feel comfortable through the computer when we did this. So yeah, in person is a little bit easier. Good. How did it feel to be interviewed? So the people that were having to give the information, what did that feel like? Huh? Put you on the spot? I don't know, I'm talking into both microphones.
I'm not sure it's working.
Huh? You won't hear it. It's just going to the video. So we opted to not have a PA system.
We didn't want it
because we were
booming
allowed that.
throughout the.
All right, so I put you kind of on the spot. But what else? Did the person tell you what they were trying to do?
No.
Okay. How was that?
I was trying to make up something as I went along. So
He's like, what can I tell her?
I'm with my statement that kind of grinds my gears. So it was just like, okay, what did the parents say? And I'm like, crazy worthy. So I was trying to, as she was asking the questions, I was trying to keep up with the statement. So it's kind of like,
Interesting.
is she gonna get what I'm saying?
Okay. How many of you made something up on the fly like that instead of kind of digging into like the real reason? This is a real thing that people do. Okay, just to keep it. No, I'm just kidding.
I actually cheated. I couldn't handle it. I wanted her to know why I was asking her questions.
So you told her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheated.
I told her I'm trying to gather some information. I was really calm about it. And like I kind of was like, I'm not sure if this feels okay, that whole thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Were there any other challenges that you all had during that? Anything else that we haven't talked about?
No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Not wanting to probe if it was something that was like a real hot button issue for somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. We kind of got into that over here a little bit, right? Like some of these hot button issues are pretty personal to people or things that they've experienced themselves. And it's like, oh my gosh, do I keep asking? I know that I've hit on something or whatever, right? Like, and so just being comfortable with kind of asking those questions and moving forward. Good. Okay, like I said, we're not going to talk about your story. But, just keeping in mind that we really all do have our hot button issues when we're engaging with people. And keeping those at the forefront of like when we're having, all of these engagement pieces with youth and families. And those first, how many days? How long does engagement last? 30 days. But these engagement skills are things that you need to use throughout the whole process with families, right? So, what I want to do is we're moving really fast. Do you want to keep going?
We can keep going.
Do you want
I think that's fine.
We'll just move right along into the next piece.
Yeah, that's fine. And we could probably stop either
After questions.
after questions
Okay,
before we
that's
get to reflections. Because I don't think that's going to take us half hour. Like I think by the time we get there, yeah. Yep. Yeah. All right. So we're going to move into actually talking about some characteristics of engagement within Wraparound. So we've kind of talked about those styles, and if something's not working, we need to figure out how do we pivot and how do we change our approach, because it's on us for engagement with families, right? It's not on the family to engage with us, it's on us to engage with the families and the team members that we find. And so those characteristics in Wraparound, it's really about the relationship between families and ourselves, relationships between families and other members of the team is that partnership that we talk so much about, right? We're walking alongside them in this process, so we need to make sure we're engaging with them in a way that they actually feel that it's a partnership and it's not that us telling them what to do or other people on the team telling them what to do. Those interactions with them are open, they're non-judgmental, and they're just transparent, right? They're people. At the end of the day, they're just people. And so just treating them as people. And then that their resources and their connections are identified and then maximized on. And so as we move into the bulk of what this training is going to look like, we're going to talk a little bit about some engagement techniques. Who here, I'm sure you've heard of OARS, those people especially that have done motivational interviewing. But before we actually get into what that acronym means, what are just OARS in general? So like oars for a boat. What do those actually help you do? Propel forward, go backwards, steer, balance, right? If you don't, what'd you say? Sorry. Guide, yeah. Stop, yeah, they help you stop. What happens if you only have one person paddling? You could go in circles. You're gonna go real slow, right? That poor person. You could get caught in the rapids and over a waterfall, who knows, right? And I don't know if you want to tell your oar story.
I gotta turn this back on. Yeah, I have a funny story. When I was about, 36 weeks pregnant, I think, my husband took me on, how many of you are familiar with like Turkey Run and Sugar Creek? Yeah, so they have different miles of canoe trips. So I'm like thinking, okay, 3 miler would be fun, a couple hours. He signed us up for the 8, and so I am huge. It's kind of cold out because it's like, maybe like early May. Anyway, it was a mess, but it started raining, and so I gave up. I just stopped freaking paddling because I was pissed off, and I was like, oh, and I'm pregnant, and I didn't want to be there, and so he got real mad at me. We didn't go very fast after that, but so oars are really important, especially 2 people.
2 people.
But I just, that's my
paddling.
Probably
Probably, yeah. Yeah. I always think about my husband and his brother and their dad actually all like own a boat together, so it's like a third of a boat that they own. But it's old, okay? It's like, well, in the 70s. So for a boat that hasn't, been kept up maybe as much as it should have been, and it never starts, okay? They get it in the water and it sounds great on land, and they get it in and right away it stalls, almost every summer. Knock on wood, it doesn't do that this summer. But so they always keep 2 oars in the side of the boat because you always see them on the lake paddling. There's pictures, they're sitting on the front, one is steering, one is paddling. And they're brothers, so they yell and scream and all of that. But for them, like they have to have that even just, for a running boat that should work and has a motor, but just for that safety reason. And they're not getting stranded, and we're not coming to haul your butts back to shore. But if you think about that, if we don't have these pieces, all of these things have to work together as we click through. Who knows what the O is? Open-ended questions. What about A? Does anybody remember what the A stands for? Affirmation, R, and S. Yes. So today we're actually just going to focus on the O and the A, the O and the R questions in reflective listening. So what I want you to do is on page 21 in your participant manual, there's actually going to be a quick referral for the Turner family. So this is just a referral. I want you to just take a minute and just read through that and kind of start to get yourself familiar with the Turner family. We're going to use them the rest of the training. So just take a couple minutes and read through that. Again, that's page 21. There should be a referral for Alex Turner. want you to hold on to that information. We're going to talk a little bit and use it for our activity, but who can tell me kind of what are closed questions? Y'all can read, y'all know what these are. What do closed questions do for you? Nothing. Bryson, nothing. There's not a place for them. We don't need them at all. Yep. Short and to the point. Very short answers, yes, no. Addresses. Could be multiple choice, like here's your answers. Give me one of these. Right. They're very leading, and we're trying to get that very specific information. But they give the person talking to you very little room to move around, right? They have to answer your very pointed question. There's no room for them to kind of elaborate on what they actually want to tell you or might have in mind. But they are valuable in times, right? We do need to use them at times. We shouldn't use them all of the time. We should need to avoid that question answer trap that closed questions can actually get you to. Why is that? Why do we not want to just ask closed question, closed question, closed question? Why do you think that is? Can't get a family story, right?
Well, it starts to feel like you're just drilling it.
Yes, right? It kind of puts the family in that passive role of just like, okay, they're just going to ask me questions. This is no different than what I've done before. You ask a question, I'll answer you, and we'll leave it at that. And it really limits that conversation. Like you said, Paula, you're not going to be able to gather any information around a family story if all of your questions are closed questions. So what I want you to do first is there's spots on page 12, I think you can write your closed questions individually. I want you, from that referral, write 2 closed questions that you would want to ask the Turner family. So I'll give you about a minute to do that on your own. 2 closed questions that you'd like to ask them based on that information from that referral. And again, that's page 12. You've got some space to write closed questions on. So take a minute and just look through that. And what would you want to know? A closed question you'd want to ask them. How to hook those up. Feels a little warm. Give you about 1 more minute. All right, what I want you to do is in your group, I want you to go get together and talk about the 2 closed questions. So everybody needs to share your closed questions with your group. And as a group, I want you to come up with the top 4. The 4 that you like the most out of your group. Write those down. And then when we report out, I want you to choose your top 1. So you need to share your 2 with everybody. Narrow them down to 4. And from those 4, pick the one that you want to share out as a group. Right? Everybody understand? All right.
Oh, here.
we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna start on this side of the room and go around. So, this group, can one of you tell us, what was your top closed question? What do you want to know from that referral?
Does Alex have visitations with his mother?
Does Alex have visitation with mother? All right, what kind of information are you going to get from that question?
Well, if he gets to see his mom first of all.
Yep. Yeah, it's really like yes or no, right? Like, yes, I get to, no, I don't. Right? Awesome. All right, this group, what was your top question? What do you want to know?
Was Dad involved with Alex before his passing?
Was Dad involved with Alex before his passing?
For his accident,
Passing. All right, what do you guys have?
were there accommodations prior to Alex's father passing, like in school?
Were there accommodations prior to Alex's father passing?
In school?
Yeah, yep,
For their school?
yeah, yep. So that's a very simple yes or no, right?
Before Dad?
Before Dad's passing, yep. All right, what do you guys have?
Well, we have a number one. That was ours too, but we can have a follow-up.
Okay, perfect.
We said if visitation occurs, is there any contact with the uncle?
Is there any contact with uncle? Ooh, that's a good one. That's again another yes, no, right? Perfect, good job. And this last group, did you come up with one? I know you guys were in a heated discussion around what one you wanted. What'd you land on?
Is Sandra involved in services?
Is Sandra involved in services? All right. So you guys did a good job of very yes, no. A lot of those questions, no wriggle room, right? Yep. Yes, no. So what I want you, it was hard, is that what you said? Why was it hard?
Because we are trained to ask those questions.
Yes.
And mix all of this clues in.
Yes, yeah. And it's funny because this group up here also is having some difficulty. They're like, oh, that's an open question. Oh, that's an open question. All right. What I want you to do though is hold on to those 4 questions because what we're going to do is use them in this next activity. So make sure that you keep those. It's a lot easier in person because you wrote them down. And you're not screen sharing or anything like that. So just keep those. And we're going to move into, you want to take a break now? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and take our break now. You have 10 minutes, so if you could come back at 10:35, we will come back and jump into open questions. All right, so you got 10 minutes. Action. All right. Welcome back. Make sure my mic's on. Okay. We are going to move into open questions. So we talked about closed questions. They're very targeted, leading questions. So what are open questions? What do open questions allow you to do? Get more information. Yes, it allows for them to tell their story and talk. Good job. In their own words, right? Without leading them into that specific direction that you do with a closed question. And it really provides them to share their unique perspective and their point of view on the situations and the things that they have been through and what they actually deem as important and relevant to tell you. So what we're going to do is individually, those 2 closed questions that you came up with by yourself, I want you to turn those into open questions. So look at your 2 closed questions you came up with individually, and we're going to take some time and turn those ones into open questions. So how could you ask the questions that you wanted to closed as open questions? So this might come a little easier to people. As you were saying, it was hard to come up with those closed questions. So how would you ask those closed questions as open questions? So those two individually first, and then we'll do the next part of the activity. All right. Now what I want you to do is get back together in your group, and those 4 questions that you came up with, that you agreed upon in the last activity, so those 4 closed questions, I want you to turn all 4 of those into open questions. But when we report out, I want you to make sure you report out the open question that corresponds with your closed question that you gave. So make sure you do them all, but make sure that when you report out, so if you gave, does Alex have visitation with his mother? Make sure you report out what you changed this to make it an open question. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. I think everybody's at least got their top one reported, or gosh, recorded and ready to report out. So we're going to go in the same order, so when we put them side by side, we can see that corresponding question. So this first group, your closed question was, does Alex have visitation with his mother? What did you do? What was your open question?
How is Alex's relationship with mom?
How is Alex's relationship with mom? All right, second group. Was Dad involved with Alex before his passing?
Before his passing, what did Dad and Alex do together?
Before his passing, what did Alex and his dad do together? All right, group 3. Were there school accommodations for Alex before Dad's passing?
What do the accommodations at school look like and how long do they take?
What do the school accommodations look like?
There's 2 ends.
Accommodations. And what do they, and how, sorry. And how long have they been in place? Thank you, Bryson. My memory is. All right. 4, your question was, is there any contact with the uncle?
He said, does Alex want contact with the uncle? And if so or not, what does that look like?
So does Alex want contact with the uncle? And what would that look like? Yeah. All right, this front group. Is Sandra involved with services?
Can you tell me about other services you were getting?
Ooh, tell me about services that you are getting. Okay, so what is the difference? What kind of information are you going to get from these ones right up here versus the ones that we had you do before this activity?
We're going to get a lot more context.
Got a lot more context. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're able to ask a really good open question, your experience has been, oh, I've been able to let them just kind of talk and fill in information that I need. I love it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. How do those open questions feel to you versus the closed questions?
Feels more like a conversation rather than an interrogation.
Yes, more like a conversation and less like an interrogation. And what would that do for families? Build safety, more comfortable, rapport.
Willing to collaborate.
Yeah, maybe more willing to open up and collaborate because they see you're just a person asking open-ended questions that you're inviting them to share what they want to share with you. Yes. Yes. So for those that didn't hear, she's had a parent actually tell her they feel more in control and they're able to lead that conversation and they feel a little more comfortable because they can share what they want to share with you in the time that they want to share it with. So why do you think that affects your engagement with people, asking open questions, and why?
Why behind some of the things that are coming in my home.
Yeah.
So like give like a heart-to-heart moment, we care, we're here to help you, rather than you putting something on paper and I read it and I think I know everything. I'm getting to know you and your family more with open-ended questions.
Yes, I love it. Great job. So we should ask more open questions rather than closed questions, right? We've said that they each have their time and their place, but we want to make sure we're trying to answer or ask some more open questions. But we want to make sure that we don't fall into just that question trap. We want to make sure that when we're asking questions, try not to ask more than 3 in a row before you do a reflection, which is what we're going to talk about here in just a little bit. Because my husband is, he's an engineer, so his brain is very just one-track mind, question. This is what I need you to do, get done, da-da-da-da-da. And so he will ask me question after question after question, like rapid-fire questions. And I'm trying to answer that first question, and he's already on his third or fourth because his brain already moves 1,000 miles a minute. So for me, I'm like, hang on, like you got to give me time to actually process what you're saying, tell you my answer, and then if it's not the right answer, then don't ask me another question, right? Like, we need to talk about this one. We need to talk about, reflect back, that is not blah, blah, blah. So just making sure that we don't fall into that. And if you know someone like that, just even thinking about how that makes families feel. If you're sitting there just asking them and peppering them with question after question. I think it was you, Gabby, that said, it just feels like an interrogation or a questionnaire that we need to get filled out. But if we're able to ask some of these open-ended questions and then have some reflections back, it's going to open up that conversation to get information that you need in Wraparound in a timely and urgent manner. Right, so we're going to go into reflections. Yep.
No chess. I think I turned this on. Okay. So we've talked a lot about questions, right, with Amber, and now we might have a better way of understanding kind of how to be more engaging, right, with the questions that we ask. We're going to move into then that other piece of the oars with reflections. And I asked Amber, to come help with this conversation because this picture always, I don't know chess pieces very well. My 13-year-old is obsessed with chess. He plays online with people and he tries to teach me and I just don't care enough. So, how many of your parents that just don't care sometimes about, I try, but Amber's really good at chess. So,
I love chess.
I know. Yeah.
Yes, my son got a chessboard for his birthday, actually. So.
But do you all know what these pieces are on this slide?
No.
What do you see? Yeah. A pawn and a. You see? Yes. She's like, I know. I just don't know how to play it. Yeah, a pawn and a queen.
Yeah. What's the significance of a pawn? I mean, there's a lot of them, right, in chess.
Mm-hmm. They can move.
They protect the queen.
They're the front line.
They're the front line.
Oh.
Yeah, they stand in the front, right?
Yep.
Oh, sure. I don't know.
She's like, you're asking me, and I have no idea. Yes. Yep. But can they move like?
Diagonally.
Yep. Straight. Right.
Straight.
Like they can't move
Anywhere
more
else.
than no.
Yep.
One at a time,
One
right?
at a
Like.
time.
Yep.
And
See?
front back.
She's like, I
Wait,
don't
hold
know.
on. Except for what?
Mm-hmm.
But after that, it's
Yep. Yeah.
Good for you. And then my brain power is not good. Okay, and then the queen, right?
Yep.
So what about that?
she's good at any direction.
She's powerful.
Very powerful.
She's real powerful. But she's
It's like
like
your biggest tool
I
of
said,
protecting
any
your
direction is, as long as it's a straight line.
any
They go
direction.
as far as they want, as long as it's, if they go diagonal as far as you want, up and down.
Okay. Oh my goodness, so many rules. Okay, so what do you see then in this picture? The pawn is looking and what? Sees a queen. Isn't that so sweet? It's adorable.
Sees himself as a queen.
Why would that be significant in our work with families? And kind of just this work of engagement that we need to do with families? Say that again? Yeah. Hope. Yeah. What were you going to say?
Just that they might see themselves small now because they're involved in the process.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have such a privilege that we get to maybe give them back what we see in them. Then we see them being queens and slaying and doing all that, right? Slay, queen. Okay. So I think that's a really cool just visual that we have the power to reflect back what we're hearing from families to really help them see themselves in a way of where they might be queens instead of those small little pawns. But pawns have a purpose, right? But the queens are just badass, right? So, okay. So if we think about, like Amber said, sometimes people will feel like we're not listening. One of my biggest pet peeves and something that my mom said to me at a young age that has always stuck with me is that people don't listen to listen. People listen to respond a lot. And so as I've grown up, I've been really kind of intentional about not making people feel that way because I know how that feels, right? Like just talking to somebody and they want to do what? Respond. One up, it can look a lot of different ways. Oh, let me tell you my story about this instead of just hearing you, right? So we want families to have that same experience, and we want, our responses to be, empathetic, but also move conversation forward. So we do that in a way with reflective listening, okay? It's a way of checking what somebody is saying and what they mean rather than assuming, and that what is meant by what they are saying. So really good reflective listening statements are really similar to like the do you mean, like really checking for understanding. So we're offering a hypothesis about what that person is saying, okay? The difference between, this and, just reflective listening, the difference in that is that we are making it a statement rather than a question. What happens with our voices when we are making a statement? What tends to happen at the end of our statement? Do y'all ever think about this? Like when we ask a question, what do we do at the end of a question? Yeah, it goes up, right? And so when we're asking or saying a statement, what tends to happen? Yeah, there's a different inflection at the end of those things, right? And so I can't even read that. I'm not telling Mr. Washington anything. He's a nasty old. Ooh, he sounds scary. Tell me more about him. Okay, so we know that there are a lot of places where there could be a breakdown in conversations, right? And so reflection is really a way of checking for accurate understanding. It looks easy, but it's actually really hard to reflect well. I remember going through my engagement training going, oh, I can do this. And then you try it for a while and then you leave it alone, right? And you just forget. So it's something that you definitely have to practice. But there are some places where there could be a breakdown, okay? So breakdowns can occur in 4 different spots. So there could be a breakdown in what the speaker actually means. So they might say it maybe in a way that they don't mean to say it. Okay, so we have to check in around that. There could be a breakdown in what the speaker says. There might be a breakdown in what the listener then hears, so they might not hear the words correctly. Or the listener gives a different interpretation to what the words mean. Okay, so this could happen at any point in any conversation. Okay. This is also really hard through text message, right? Yes, how many times, right? And so the function of a reflection is that we're bridging this gap between what the speaker means and what the listener actually thinks the speaker means, okay? So it's just a way to check. It's meant to close that loop in communication to really just ensure that those breakdowns don't occur, okay? So we talked about how our inflections are a little bit different between statements and questions. So listen to this. So you're angry about what I said, or you're angry about what I said, okay? Yeah, let's do it together, okay? Let's do a question. Inflect at the end for the first one. You're angry about what I said? Paula gets a turtle, man. She's so fun. Or you're angry about what I said. Let's do it one more time. You're angry about what I said, or you're angry about what I said. Good. So sometimes, does it feel presumptuous a little bit, that second one? Yeah, and it can often feel that way. But, well, it feels that way because it can kind of seem like we're telling them what they feel, right? And so we don't want to ever really do that, but statements work a lot better and lead into like greater clarification around what the family's saying. Whereas those questions kind of interrupt family's flow of the information that you're getting, okay? So there's no penalty for missing. If you reflect something back and the family's like, that is not what I meant, that is okay. That's why we do them, right? We want to make sure that we're understanding the family in that speaker and what they mean. And so, we just are going to try, and we might miss, and we might get it right, but trying is really important, okay? So like I said, reflections are statements, and they're hypothesis. We're making a guess. So you could really, like I talked about the do you mean things, you could just take out do you mean and just reflect what the rest of that sentence is, right? And so instead of do you mean that, you were mad when blah, 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 you would just say you were mad when blah, 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 okay? So reflective listening is a primary skill. It is something that you're going to have to work on and build, but it really is a pathway for engaging other people and building trust in relationships. Why is that so important in Wraparound in those first 30 days?
Because if you don't have trust, they're not going to share with you.
Yeah.
They're going to give you the bare minimum.
Yeah, because, and why do families tend to do that? Like, potentially. Yeah, lack of connection, maybe some history in the system that they've already been through, right? Families being protective of their story is actually a strength of theirs. So we have to build that trust and relationship in a way that gets them to understand, or like just to give it to you, that information, but to know that what they tell you is for a purpose and a reason, right? And so we have to make sure that we are really facilitating that listening on the family's trust and their knowledge of resources, right? They know their family way better than we ever will. And so just making sure that we're opening that door with them. The goal is really just to improve mutual understanding between the two of you. So most of the time when we listen, and this is what I mean when I say people just want to respond, people say, yeah, I get it, right? How many of us do that? Just even in normal conversations, it's just comfortability, right? Like, sure, I understand you, but do we really? We probably don't, so we need to get more information, right? Okay, so I need my next page. There's a lot of emphasis on reflection. There's a lot of research that said that even in people that are interviewing people, they get a lot more valid information with reflections rather than questions. I think that's really interesting. Asking open-ended questions really sets the stage for us to utilize aspects of reflective listening. So if we are only asking closed questions, it really limits the amount of reflections we're going to be able to get, because if they're like no and yes, it's like, how do I reflect that back, right? But if we ask more open-ended questions, like how is Alex's relationship with mom, you're going to get a lot of information from that, and then you have more of an opportunity to reflect, okay? And so people report, and I think all of us in the room would say this too, we don't feel listened to when our interviews are just question after question after question, right? That agenda at that point is the listeners and not the speakers. We have certain information that we need to get, and that's why it feels like it's that person's agenda, right? So I think the reflections are really cool. Like the research shows that families and team members actually report feeling listened to and heard and cared about when they were given reflections. Then they were willing to disclose more information. It just gives us more accurate information about that family. Okay. Any questions before we kind of move on? I feel like I'm flying through this. Jack, anything? It's like, don't make eye contact with me. Okay, so there's different levels of reflection. And so there's 3 basic, and then there's we'll talk about it, but there's 3 basic. So there's a simple reflection. That is just repeating what you hear or rephrasing what you hear, okay? Let's see, complex. Now, amplified is actually another type of reflection. We don't go into that in this training just because you got to be really careful, because you are really reflecting big feelings kind of real deep things. That's like the deepest form of listening. But we do go into complex. So we're paraphrasing. We're using some double-sided reflections where you're like, on one hand, I hear this, but then I see this or whatever, and a reflection of a feeling or a metaphor. Okay. The double-sided, or so paraphrasing, you're making a restatement, which the speaker's meaning is inferred. Okay. A double-sided, you reflect maybe those families' current concerns with the previous statement that's kind of contrary. So, you know, in therapy, they do this a lot. Like, on one hand, I see that you're really stressed, but you just told me, you know, earlier that you were having a really good day. So, it's a little conflicting, right? And then that reflection of feeling. You know, you're going to reflect on what that person might be telling you about their situation or what's being what's being discussed. So it's really about emphasizing that emotional aspect of communication through that reflection. So Amber's going to help me, I think, with some of these. So we have some examples, and I will be the reflector if you want to be the caregiver. Is that okay?
Yep.
So she's going to pretend to be a caregiver for us.
All right. I can't do this anymore. He needs to go. I want him out of my house.
You are really tired and feel his needs would be best met if he were placed out of your house.
No, I don't want them removed from my home. No one can care for them like I can.
What was that first reflection like? What do you all think? I'm just going back to
Yep, you're fine.
So if I say to her, you're really tired and feel his needs would be best met if they were placed out of your house, what kind of reflection would you say? Okay. A simple reflection, because we're just kind of rephrasing, right, what she told me. Okay. And then Amber said again, sorry.
No, I don't want them removed from my home. No one can care for them like I can.
So on one hand, you're frustrated and really don't know what else to do to help your child, but on the other hand, no one understands your child the way you do, and you want to keep them in your home. Yeah. Those are easy to point out, right? Good. Okay.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
You are scared about what's next for your son. Yeah. So a complex, right? But it's a reflection of feelings. Good. Now, we can also do this to engage maybe some team members that are a little more hesitant to be involved in our process. Okay? I bet none of us have dealt with that. Well, speaking of one. Okay. Amber, will you be my team member?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have time to come to a RAP team meeting.
Well, that's too bad. You are really busy right now. Simple. Good.
Yes, and I see the family once a month, so I'll just get informed that way.
Although you are feeling stretched really thin right now, you really want to see the child and family succeed. Complex? But nice. Yeah.
Double-sided.
Yep.
Yes, I do want them to get better.
And it's this point where, you know, you've kind of hooked them a little bit. You circle back around to, hey, I need you to come to this team meeting, right? You're really important. Okay, so in your packet on page 19, there's some reflective listening stems. I lost my participant. Okay, so this is pretty helpful to kind of look at. If I can get to it. Yeah, we're just moving right along. Okay. So it gives you some options, right? There's some simple reflection, you, so you. And like I said, if you just take out the do you mean, blah, 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 a lot of them are just simple reflections. And then some double-sided reflection options, and then the amplified reflection. I'm ready for lunch. And so, I can't even talk. So we don't really go with that. But sometimes it's really helpful to use those stems. But just remember, like, not to just overuse them. You don't want to take this tag in families and be like, here's feeling, so you, right? So just keep in mind, there's a time for closed questions, there's a time for open questions, but we are getting more information and a deeper understanding of what families are telling us with reflections, okay? It gives us an opportunity to really check our understanding. Okay. So here's some more examples for you. I don't know how I managed to deal with all of these years. Just got through each day, I guess. So here's some ways that we could reflect these. Simple is you took it one day at a time. Or if we want to make it more complex, we say it has been a real struggle, and yet you found ways to keep yourself strong for your family. How empowering would that be to hear that from somebody? We're turning a pawn into a queen at that point, which I love. It's very strengths-based, yeah. Or a feeling, it's been overwhelming at times. I know when I'm having a hard day, if I had someone say that to me, I would actually feel heard a little bit. Like, oh my God, yes. I'm so tired, I'm overwhelmed, right? And then that amplified, which is why we have to be careful, right? Like no one was there for you. So we have to be kind of careful of sticking our toes into those kind of reflections. Any thoughts about this? How many of you have tried actively to use reflections or motivational kind of interviewing? Yeah, Jackie, how does that go for you? Is it tough?
Well, actually, I used it when I was doing that part with Jack. And I reflected back what I thought I heard, and then he said, no, what I really mean is.
Oh gosh.
So,
Man, you should train. Here. No? You were a HAP provider though for a while, right? Did you feel like that's helped you do a lot of this? Yeah. How cool. Thank you. Was it helpful for him to reflect like that so you could give more information? Yeah. Yeah, it cleared it up so you could move on to what was really, actually what you meant. So think about how many times our families have been involved in this system where people have either just taken their answers at face value or inferred a different meaning or, didn't really listen to them. Of course, they're going to be a little bit more guarded when we're coming in trying to talk about some really hard issues, right? Good. I love that. I thought that was really good. So what we're going to do is you're going to go back to your 4 closed questions that you turned into your 4 open questions, okay? And so we're going to now work on shifting those into reflections, okay? And so what I want you to do is take your top 4 or 2 individually, right? Just like we did with the closed and open. So 2 reflective statements for the open questions. I don't want you to really even try to figure out what they would ask you, but just come up with maybe a reflection that could take over that open question, right? So I don't want to do one of the, can you guys give me an example of an open question that's not up there? On your?
For this scenario?
Well, no, just for this. Sorry, I just put you on the spot, Yvonne.
Sorry. Yeah, repeat what you said.
So how about what does being reunited with Alex look like for you? Because that's not up there, right? How could we reflect that? Or how could we make a reflective statement about that? We could do this one as a group.
I hear that you want to back, and I'm looking to figure out how to make that.
Okay, so maybe instead of this, so what I'm hearing is that you would like to be reunited with Alex. Okay? So something really simple like that. All right, so take your 2 open questions and turn those into those reflective statements. And then as a group, you're going to come together and definitely do your open question up here so we can see the continuation. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes to do that. Everybody understand? Okay. Oh, thank you, Amber. What are you all doing? I hear a lot of chatter. Are you guys talking in your groups? Did you all get your one? Yeah? I feel like they're still working. Are you guys done? I feel like it just kicked on. Are you cold? It's colder up here for sure. Yeah. Are you hot? Yeah, it's like right here. Poor Bryson's probably freezing. I know. I don't have one. I'm sorry. I know. All right. Did you all get yours? At least the one? Okay. Are you ready, Amber? Do you want to scribe for me? Thanks, ma'am. All right, let's start with number. You all go first all the time. Let's start with number 5. So you have, Sandra involved services. Tell me about services that you're getting. So how might you reflect?
You're in a lot of services. You're very dedicated to things, right?
Okay. Sounds like you're a busy lady. You have a lot of dedication to making things better.
What was the last part of that?
You have a lot of
dedication.
To make things better. Or you're just super overwhelmed. Right? But that gives you an opportunity. Mom might be like, yeah, I am, but this is a lot, and I am overloaded. So help me figure it out, right? Good. Let's see, your report. So you have any contact with uncle, and does Alex have one contact? What does that look like?
It seems Alex made his relationship a strong male figure. We help him build a healthy relationship.
Okay. So if we just take out the question at the end, right? Which is fine, but so let's just do the beginning part. It seems that Alex is missing the connection.
Just your relationship a strong male figure.
Yeah. And what kind of reflection is that? Simple. Yeah, because what is that group doing with that reflection? Yeah, just restating what they probably heard, some repetition, right? Okay. Group number 3. What do the accommodations at school look like? And how long have it been? The school has been helpful in meeting Alex. Yeah. She took my mic, sorry. I thought I did this. I know. Okay, sorry. This is how we are. I forgot it. No, say it again for me. I got distracted.
The school has been helpful in meeting Alex's needs.
Okay, and what kind of reflection? Simple. Good. Okay. Good. Number 2. You all had before his passing, what did Alex and his dad do together?
But so you believe the passing of Alex's dad was caused by
So you believe the passing of Alex's dad has caused him to develop behavioral problems? And what kind of reflection? Okay. A simple.
What caused him to
have
behavioral problems?
Or develop behavioral.
Okay.
All right. So lots of simple. Do you all have a complex one, please? No, just like no, you're asking a lot.
They're like, come on.
All right. What's yours? For how is Alex's relationship with mom?
You want to be reunited as a family.
You want to be reunited as a family. Yeah, how would you? Good idea.
On one hand, you would like to be reunited, but on the other hand, you have some trust issues.
So on one hand, you want to be reunited with Alex or mom, either way, right? But on the other, there might be some trust issues. Very good. I want to hand out turtles. Where's a lot of turtles? Yeah, where are the turtles? Oh, you should find turtles. I took all the turtles. No, I mean all of them. Did you get get a turtle already? Yes, ma'am. There's a purple one. The purple one might be. I don't know. You have to go like grab it.
Really?
You all did a great job. These are some fun ones. You guys want some turtles? You all did a great job.
I know, I was really happy this week. It was so cool.
Okay. Nice. Okay, good. So if we think about the kind of information that we're going to get from those reflections, tell me about that. I mean, specifically from those. We talked through them a little bit. Nobody. Man, you're ready for lunch too. What kind of information that we'll actually be getting from those reflections? Not even just like about the family, but like, how does this open the door for you all? Yeah, it could probably make them feel heard and seen a little bit. Yeah, you're going to leave that meeting with the family with some more relevant information for Wraparound. Do you ever just sit with families and like 3 hours later you're like, crap. I don't even know if I got what I needed. I remember those days, right? And so really using reflections to help get the information that you need. And we're going to get into that as we practice after lunch. Like what are those things that we need to get from families when we are really, engaging in Wraparound. Let's talk about engagement for just a minute. And maybe Amber, do you want to hand out the checklist and stuff? So engagement. We haven't really talked about the phase itself, right? We've talked a lot about like how do we get the information that we need from closed to open questions to reflections. But talk to me about how long engagement should last in Wraparound. Bryson's like 29 days. You have that meeting on the 30th. Yeah, so 30 days. Some states only get 14. Could you imagine? 14 would be tough. I think the states that are doing 14 are actually increasing to 21 to get from Medicaid, but it's a Medicaid standard, right? Like best practice is 30 days. There's a lot that we have to get done in those 30 days, okay? What Amber is handing out, and most of you might have seen it already, is our checklist, the supervisory checklist, and a manual. I thought it was important that you all have this today because while we're not talking about specific expectations of engagement, there is a lot that goes into that. And this is a rubric for you all, right? What am I supposed to get? What does that look like? What kind of information do I need for the family story? Who legitimately has not seen this before? Okay. Who's not seen the manual before? Okay. So, y'all deserve to see both, okay? If you're going to get graded on a rubric and know what, have these expectations, you need to see what they mean. And so this manual is super helpful. Every time I score a checklist, I use a manual, and I've been certified for 6 years, So we have to make sure that we are aligning with the process, and this is a great way. This is how we do that here in our state, okay? Now, a proficient checklist score is over 80% within a year of being a facilitator. Does anybody want to take a guess on what our state average is? Not that low, Bryson. Bryson says 25. You say 75, you said? Okay, 50 to 60. It's about 48. Yeah. How does that make you feel? It's kind of wild, isn't it? And why do you think that happens? Like, why do you think we struggle to get to 80% within that year? And you guys can be, we know. We coach all of you.
Could you explain what it is? They have 48% what?
A 48% average on that checklist.
Okay.
On the score. So that's mostly for a document review. I'm not sure what our state average is for the observations, but there's 38 items, I think, on that. So that one is broken up into a document review, and then as you flip through, there's an observation checklist of what it should look like within your team meetings. Okay. So what do you think gets in the away though, with us hitting 90%, 80, 90, yeah. Okay, engaging with families.
They may have like summer, like right now, as well, with all the teachers, all the teachers.
Oh yeah. Okay. Engagement is tough. It's not impossible. Okay, it's just tough and it requires a lot of skills, honestly. Wraparound is very much a skill-based process, which is why we use skill-based coaching, because it's not case management. It's not skills training. Right? It's a whole divergent process that we're doing with families, alongside families. We're not throwing services at families. We're listening to families and kind of figuring out what they've tried before, what they've been through, so that we can create a process that's really relevant for them. And maybe build a team that's really relevant as well. What else might get in the way?
Yeah, I think changing our whole mindset, especially if we have not, like, if we
Yeah.
come from skills or whatever.
It's hard.
It's just completely opposite of what we
I know. It's like I said, divergent, right? Like we hear that, I don't know if you've heard that word a lot, but wraparound really is. So when you have been in DCS for 5 years, or case management for
26.
like we have these ways of doing things that probably don't fit with the wraparound values. So we talk about those principles that I already took down, but you think about what family voice and choice really means, or what unconditional care really means. It doesn't mean that we wait for families to be wraparound ready, right? Like it means that we engage in different ways, so that families can come into this process feeling heard and listened to, and trust that things are going to be done a little bit differently for them. And that's why I'm so passionate about this. I don't know. I like talking about this. So use that checklist. You're probably going to go back to your orgs and people aren't going to be doing it this way. Okay. So I need you to be like change agents at your orgs and uphold the process, because what we know from evidence-based practices, but also just like the research around this, is if you are not following all of the wraparound components, and you're doing like a wraparound light or more of a case management model or whatever, it has no better outcomes for families than doing nothing at all. Okay? And so wraparound really does work when we uphold the values and we do it to fidelity. So we're trying to get there, right? Like in our state. But yeah, the checklist is really helpful in that way. So, Amber, is there anything else that you want to add before we
think
the
so.
rest of the day? Is just
Practice.
right?
Yep.
Are you all opposed to going to lunch a little early? Yes. No. Take a little bit longer.
Longer lunch?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. We have yeses and nos.
We're going to get done early.
Yeah.
I mean, we really are.
Yes.
There's just practice in the afternoon, which is
Yeah.
why I offer, you can get a little busy downtown. It seems like
Yeah.
it's a little busy down here today. So
And even downstairs at this time can be a little busy.
Yeah. I'm thinking like an hour and 20 minutes, hour and
Yeah,
15 minutes.
hour and 15.
So what's around here?
It depends. You can go downstairs. There's a really pretty good
Yeah.
cafeteria down there.
There's a lot of different.
Pricey, but it's no different than anywhere else. If you go out the public entrance, like where you came in, across the road is Lockmiller's.
That's really good.
So good. So good.
Patachou's down the
Cafe
street.
Patachou. Yeah, the mall is just a little bit further down, but there's Panera.
Yeah,
and
there's-
some places down there too. But if you want to stay close, the cafeteria is actually really good downstairs. So if we come back at 12:50?
12:50?
Yeah.
I know. 12:50. Yeah, that's fine. 12:50? All
I
right.
promise the afternoon is just some practice.
It is just yep.
activities, and it won't. It's not
It'll be good.
So, cool.
And break. Yep, you can leave your stuff.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. We're gonna hop right in so we can get you guys out of here. Like we said before lunch, this afternoon is just a lot of practice. And we're going to put this kind of in the context of wraparound and what we need to get out of meeting with families and how we can do that quickly and urgently to get them helpful help in a timely manner. So, but the first thing we're going to do before we kind of dive into some of that stuff is look at using reflections again. So we're going to do an activity. So I'm going to give you the instructions first, and then Jess and I will do an example, kind of show you what we want you to do. And then you guys will go into your little groups and practice. So there's going to be 3 people to a group. There's going to be a speaker, a listener, and an observer. So everybody's going to have the chance to do each role. So you're going to have 5 minutes per role. So when you are the speaker, your topic that you're going to talk about is what is a significant event that happened to you over 10 years ago that still impacts you today. Now you can interpret that as you want. You can make something up if you want to. You can go as deep and as personal as you want to. You can go work related. It does not matter. Just talk about something that has impacted you that happened at least 10 years ago. And as the listener, what you are going to do is take turn responding only with reflections. So you cannot ask questions. No closed questions, no open questions, just reflections. So you'll say your reflection, the speaker, you're going to either correct that and elaborate more on your topic, right? Give them something to work with so you can they can keep reflecting back. So it's really just about practicing this reflection that we talked about before lunch. As the observer, what you're going to do is kind of take note on maybe some reflections that hit a little more positive for the person, or if you hear them ask a question, we want you to make sure you step in and go, oh, that's actually a question, so they can then rephrase into a reflection. So we're only using reflections. Everybody get those instructions, right? Only reflections when you are the listener. So Jess and I are going to practice this so you see an example, and then you guys can split up into little groups, all right? So I'm going to ask Jess, what is something that happened 10 years ago?
And make sure to listen. You guys are.
Yes, you're the observer. So if I say a question, make sure you stop me.
Gosh, over 10 years ago, I guess it's probably when my kids were really little, like ages 6 months and 2 years old. My husband would leave for weeks at a time and go out of town to work. And that was really hard.
So something that was tough was when your husband worked out of state.
Yes, I was isolated because my family that would help me lived over 2 hours away.
So you wish your family lived closer?
Yeah, many weeks.
I did on purpose. Okay, so you wish your family lived closer.
Yes. So many weeks I wouldn't have a break for 4 to 5 days at a time. It just was really isolating for me, and I was super tired.
What did you do to cope? Good job. You felt very tired and isolated during that time.
Yes. So, luckily he was able to work closer to home, as the boys got older, but I had to learn how to be independent during that time.
So even though that time was difficult, you persevered and learned how to be more independent.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and close. All right. Does everybody understand what we're asking you to do?
Yes.
All right. So just if you can just pair off into threes, like you three. Let's do you three. Sarah, do you want to scoot over here to be in their group? Do you want to come back here until, and then they can be in this group. And then we'll do you three. And then we'll start with you two because I know we've got some people that are missing still. So we'll add somebody to your group, okay?
Okay.
All right, so decide who's going to be your listener, your speaker, your observer. And I'll time you. You're going to have 5 minutes.
Speaker, listener.
Observer. So your observer is when you're just watching and making sure they're actually using reflections. And if you hear, yep.
You can try.
Should be about 12 years ago.
Me too. All right, we're gonna come back together. That was 15 minutes. All right. All right. So we're just gonna kind of process that out a little bit. Now you need to come up front and do, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. Do the whole activity up front. No, I'm just kidding. So, what was your experience like when you were the speaker? So when you had to share your thing that happened 10 years ago, what was that like for you? Did you go personal? Did you stay kind of surface level? Did you stay work related? Talk to me about it. Okay, a mix of surface and work.
A lot of us went pretty personal.
Personal? Okay. Okay. What made you guys go a little more personal than maybe this group over here that stayed a little more surface level or work related?
I just thought about, I don't know, I just think of like a traumatic life event.
Okay.
That I was doing. I don't want to jump ahead of your question, so maybe I should just stop here.
Okay.
I'll get back to me.
Okay.
For me, it was just something that was easier to recall and like actually have a conversation about versus like trying to stay on the surface and be mindful of how much I share.
Okay. Awesome. So when you guys were listeners and you can only use reflections, what was that like? Hard?
Yeah.
Why? Talk to me about that. Why was it hard?
Because you want to know more.
Yeah.
Nosy. Yeah.
Nosy, give me more information.
Well, it makes you think too about how you have to word what you're saying. Yeah. So,
Okay.
like when you're trying to think about what you're going to say, it feels like the conversation isn't maybe as genuine.
Ooh. So maybe we're already kind of like Jess said earlier, kind of listen. We're like, ooh, we need to have this response ready, and I know I can't ask the question, so let me start to think of how I can reflect this back before they might have actually even been done telling you their next part of it. That's a good point. Yeah. Some of that like awkward silence of like, oh, like this is what I want to say, but I can't say that because it's a question. And if I say a question, that observer is going to ding me, right? So when you were the observer, what did you notice about? Did you notice any reflections that really seemed to like make the people go, oh, like yeah, that's right, and add more? Did you have to do a lot of redirecting for questions?
Well, one thing that I noticed when we were doing it as the observer is like some of the statements would come off as a question because of that little there again. So it was just like being mindful of your tone.
Yeah.
Some of the questions led into more information than what you really were asking or stating or reflecting back.
Okay. So what did you learn from that activity? Like why do you think we do that activity to begin with? What does it help you with?
I said this at the end of my group. I feel like I would say so. I think I did good at reflecting because it was a very vulnerable moment, and I know families come to us with a lot of trauma, and they're being very open and vulnerable to us. So when we were sharing, I was like, I just want to give you a hug, but I know I have to reflect and listen, and I was really engaged in showing active listening skills because this is someone's life, and I am a stranger, they're a stranger as well, so I'm listening to something significant that happened in their life, and I want to show that I'm listening, and I'm engaged with them as well as they're engaged with me.
Yeah, so how does that relate to when you partner with families? Everything you just said. Strangers?
Yeah.
What'd you talk about?
Yeah.
Well, just how our experience is really moving into what we do for our position, our role, and how we have to be careful with how we interact with them and engage with them, and what they might be feeling on the other end.
Yeah. And how, I think I heard, Gabby, you saying maybe even how important just maybe some like nonverbals and body language and just being active and listening and really trying to figure out how can I reflect this back. so they understand that I am here and I'm listening and I care and I want to know more, and let them share that in their time. Good job. Did anybody else have any conversations around that, or how you might think that would affect you partnering with families? Yeah.
I was just always thinking about, I do this a lot actually, how we're kind of started just a name on a pick list.
Yeah.
How do they even think to choose us?
Yeah. You're just
So
a
we're
name
kind
on a
of
pick
out
list.
Factor their choice.
Yeah.
Good or bad.
Yeah.
But
You're right. Like, they just see this big list, right? And they're like, here's some people at this agency that are available. Who do you want? And then here you come. And it's your opportunity to be like,
I assume I get picked as a male and it's
yeah, maybe, right? Families might want male. Yeah, and it all depends. Do families want males? Do they want the females? All of that sort of stuff. And so then when you come in, it's your chance to be like, oh, like, this is why you chose me, right? Like, this is how it's different. That's a good observation. I didn't ever really think about that. Just a name, right? There's no blurb about you. They don't know how long you've been doing the work. They don't know where you came from, your background, or anything. Yes, Jackie.
We were discussing about what if the family just says yes to whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
So like if you had reflected that they were angry, but they really weren't, but they said yes anyway.
Yeah.
They were discussed that we could always go back to that with a different question. And they say, well, you were saying that you weren't angry, but now you're saying you are. So where was the difference?
Yeah. So maybe using some of those double-sided reflections, be like, oh, it sounds like you said this, but I'm hearing this, and then letting them clarify even more. Yeah, because as you go along, they might, open up a little more and tell you a little more information. Yeah. All right, you ready to practice and actually get to how we can use this stuff to get you the information you need in Wraparound in a very timely manner? Because how many days do you have? 29. And is that 30 days? When we say 30 days, 29. Bryson's like, y'all, it's 29, okay? When we say 30 days, do you think that's calendar days or business days?
Calendar days.
Calendar days, right? We don't take out weekends. Families don't stop living on the weekend, right? Like, problems don't stop, right? So we got to make sure that it's 30 days, all right? 30 calendar days, not 30 business days. So if you hear that floating around anywhere, just be like, actually, it's 30 days. 30 days, okay? So what we're going to do is, on your own for this first part, so this is like a multi-step activity. So we're going to work off that same referral, so we're still using the Turner family, but on page 23, there's going to be some statements or quotes that were from the Turner family. So what I want you to do on your own right now is I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and I want you to write two reflections for each statement that's on that page. So you should have a total of 6 reflections altogether. I need 2 under each statement.
This is for Alexander's family.
Yep, so you should have on page 23, you should have some statements already written from them. So I just want you to look at those and then do 2 reflections per question or statement that they've given you. And like I said, we'll give you about 5 minutes to do that, and then we'll talk about it. All right, how are we doing? Ready to rock and roll? Jessica's like, I'm just reading. I'm ready for you to like, actually she might be saying, take your time. Let me read. All right, let's go ahead and report out. For that first statement, I have tried everything and nothing seems to work. I don't know what else to do. Give me a reflection that you had. How would you reflect back? So you've exhausted your options. Okay. Good job. What kind of reflection do you think that is? Simple? All right, I just want everything to go back to the way it was before.
You missed out.
You miss how things used to be. Good job.
There was a time in your life when things were better.
Okay. You wish things were simpler. Good job. And I love my family, but I had to call child welfare when I found out about the abuse to protect my son.
You understand your role as a parent. Wait, you understand your role as a parent.
Good job.
Melissa, it sounds like you used a lot of discernment and courage to make that call for Alex.
Good job. Man, you guys rock reflections. You all do a really good job. They're like, okay, like, let's go. Like, let's go. Give you the good ones and move on. All right. That's what, yeah, I heard other people like, oh, that's really similar to what I had. So you guys are all on the same wavelength. All right, so while we all know we need to build relationships, right, with these families that we partner with, we also know we go in having a job to do and we have things that we have to get and that we know we need to leave that very first meeting with. Okay, so in your groups, in your little table groups, what I want you to do is come up with the 6 things. There's 6 things, at least in our training manual. There's 6 things that you should get when you are at the family's house for the first time. And I don't want to just see gather the family story, all right? What are things that you have to actually get? So think about that first meeting with the family when you go to get your ROI sign and you're getting your family story stuff. What goes into that? All right, so as a group, just kind of jot that down and we'll write it up front for you because we're going to use that list in this next part of the activity. Yep, first engagement regardless. So that first meeting. So, yep, before you, yep, yeah. And do it in your group, yep. No, you're fine. And then we'll have you tell us.
Do we just like support? I do have a question. Since we have initial conditions, do you want us to write all 3 separate or just the?
That can just be one. Yep, you can write initial conditions and then you can put what they are.
Okay.
Yep. I really do like these markers a lot. They're so much better. Yeah.
Isn't that fun? Little
I just avoiding
All right, you guys feeling, got some stuff written down. All right, let's go ahead and we will jot these down up front. So that first face-to-face meeting with the family, so not the WTM, the very first meeting you're going out to meet with the family. What are some things that you think you need to get? Initial conditions. Okay, so tell me what those are. Reason for referral. First system contact. First notice behaviors, right? So that's all one on our list of 6. So if you had half, sorry.
Yeah. The initial
Say it again. Family vision. Good job, Jackie. Okay, so natural supports, but also maybe some others. So potential team members, right? Because we're also listening for some of those possible professional people that are in their lives.
initial safety.
What'd you say? Initial safety plan. You got 2 more things. Functional strengths, yeah. What about underlying needs? Thoughts and feelings. Good job. You all did really good over here overthinking it, and you got them all. Yes, they said functional strengths, and then they said thoughts and feelings. Yep. Initial stabilization.
Do you want to talk about that? Why it's a stabilization?
Why do you think it's that and not an initial crisis plan?
It could be
Safety or stabilization. Initial stabilization / safety plan instead of an initial crisis plan. Why do you think we call it that?
Because it's not going to be as detailed.
Yeah, right? It's just to get them stable enough or safe enough to get into that first team meeting, right? So it's probably going to be more reactive, some things that we just need to keep you safe and in your home and in the community to get you to our first meeting, so then we can build upon that as our team to make it into that beefed up crisis plan that we talk about.
And I heard some murmurs about family vision happening at that first face-to-face. Is that what you all do?
I feel like identifying it or like solidifying it later, or I can come with an idea of what it means. And the next time I come back to their home, I say, hey, we talked about this. Do you have some ideas of what it means? Certainly, sometimes we do things that are nowhere near family. But we can sit.
So what do you have to do then if they give you something that you're like, oh, that's not quite family vision?
Kind of flush it out.
Yeah, flush it out more, right? Yeah.
So typically I ask questions like what they're hoping to get, which kind of gives me an idea of their family vision, and then I'll go back to them and discuss like, okay, so let's turn this into a family vision, what's that look like?
I thought we would have to take the norms, but they're on stage and show what a wrap everybody's going.
That's a good idea.
Being in a rural area, they get that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so,
That's not a bad resource.
If you can nail that down before you leave, I mean, that's best practice, right? But I understand that it could take some time to gather additional information or build some more report to get to that, but it has to be done before the initial team meeting.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
But yeah, ideally this is done before you leave the house. Yeah, just the
All right. So for the activity, we don't want it to be more complex or convoluted than this. So that's why we keep it very tailored to this. So what I'm going to have you do actually is we're going to turn to page 24. You're going to see new statements and quotes. But what I need you to do this time is you're going to do this as a group. So we're going to reflect, and I'm going to give you an example, so you don't have to start quite yet. You're going to reflect, and then you're going to ask a question from that reflection that'll get you one of these things on this paper. So we want to try to ask questions after our reflections that's going to get us one of these 6 things. All right? Because we want to go in and we are trying to be urgent, right? We're trying to get information that we need quickly so we can have that team meeting in how many days?
29.
29 days, 30 days, right? So if we don't leave that first meeting with the family with this information, how hard is it for you to have your first team meeting in 30 days?
Well, then you're giving them the time of
Yeah, because now you're going back and going back and going back. And if you hold that first team meeting before you have all this information, your plan of care is not going to be like it should, right? You're going to have to continuously go back. So the more we can do up front and get this information quickly at this first team meeting, the smoother it's going to go for not only you, but for families on the other side of it, getting helpful help quickly. So an example of that would be, so let's say there's a statement that says, my mom would just always get angry at me for leaving the house. And I reflect back, you just need space sometimes. And then a follow-up question might be, what other things work when you need to blow off steam? What would that question lead me to on that list? Strengths? Or initial stabilization. You might find out some things that you can put on this plan. All right? Does everybody understand what you need to do?
Yes.
All right. Make sure when you report out your question that you tell us what you're trying to get to, so we can just make sure that it links back to this, all right? So I'm going to give you some time to work in groups to do those 3. So do your reflection and then a question you're going to ask to get to one of those things on that list. Let's go. Sorry. No, you're okay. I know you guys overanalyze things and then you guys have like the right answers and you're fine and you're like, wait a minute. It's okay. I'm sure other groups got to it. So it's okay. All right. Let's go ahead and do the first one. So sorry. You're okay.
Did anybody else park at the meters outside? Do you know what the app is called? Park Mobile. Park Mobile, there you go. Okay, so sorry.
No, you're fine.
That way she doesn't have
No,
to run.
yeah, you're totally fine. Yeah, there's a nice little app you can go in and.
You know what spot you're in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll go ahead and let you guys do the first one since you're like, we didn't get to that one. All right. So it is the good Lord. I can't keep living here with my brother, but I can't afford to live on my own. What was your reflection to that?
You know you can't stay with your brother, but on the other hand, you are struggling financially to find a solution.
Awesome. What kind of reflection is that? Double. She's like, double. It's double. It's double, dude. All right. What was your question?
Is there another family member or friend that would be willing to help you?
Oh, what are you trying to get to?
Sorry.
She got overzealous. Team members. Yes, good job. Great job. All right, let's see. Let's go with, let's pick you guys. Okay. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. I love to play.
I know Alex hates being in a stranger's home, and I'm sure he blames me for being there. What was your reflection?
You are blaming yourself for the separation.
All right, so what kind of reflection is that?
That's a simple.
Simple reflection, good job. And what was your guys' question to that?
Has Alex made statements to make you feel like this is your fault?
Okay, so what do you think you would get to up here? Thoughts and feelings. Good job. She went like this. Give him a turtle. Good job. Really good. Good job. Awesome. All right, our last one. Let's go with this group up front. Did you guys get to the last one? Okay. So this is too hard to do by myself. Nope. I'm willing to try anything, but he has to change too.
I think for the reflection, we said you want change to be a family effort rather than an individual effort.
All right. And what was your question?
What will life look like when things are better?
And what are you trying to get at?
Family vision.
Good job. Good job. Does anybody have, can we get a turtle, please? Does anybody have any other ones that you're like, this is really good, I want to share it? You guys did really, really good with that. That was great. Before we move into the next little activity, does anybody know about the game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to explain it, Paul? She's like, take the floor.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. So you watch a movie, you say this person was in this movie, and you say this person was in this movie with Kevin Bacon. And then this person was in this movie. Well, you get back where, and then I was with Kevin Bacon.
Yes.
So you go through movies, 6 different movies.
Yeah.
To correlate it back.
Yes.
Kevin Bacon is in this room. Yeah.
Usually we don't really have that many people that know. That's exactly right. So if you think about it for wraparound, we kind of think about the 6 degrees of wraparound. Just how close can you get with your question to the actual piece of information that you need without using that jargon? Right? And you guys did a really good job doing that. All right? We are going to move into how to do this with potential team members. All right? And Jess is going to talk to you about that. No, you're fine.
We don't have to change the slide.
No.
Okay, so what I would like you all to do is, I gotta look for my page number. We're going to go to page 27 in your participant manuals. And there is an actual family story for the Turners, and I want you to take some time to read that. It's front and back. And then we will go from there. Yes, Lindsay. All right, it seems like most people are done reading.
So, and just to be excited about this is our last activity. Can I go? Okay. So just, we're going to use the same techniques that we just went over, all day really, to engage team members as well, okay? And so as facilitators, we're doing a lot in engagement. We are engaging the family and gathering all of that stuff, right, for family story, for the stabilization plan, all while trying to start some groundwork for a plan of care, like functional strengths, some underlying needs, but we're also simultaneously building a team. So we have to call people, we have to get people to that meeting, right? And so we need a lot of information to try to get Wraparound right. And we get a lot of information from team members. So when we're first engaging with team members, what do we need to ask them and what do we need to gather from them? So we're going to come up with kind of a similar list for team members. So strengths of that team member, good. What else? Their perspective around what? The initial conditions and just the situation, right? Like, we can make it overall. But yeah, so their perspective around really like what's going on. Initial conditions, what role do they play? So,
Are you the mediator? Are you the person that they call to calm down?
yeah, so maybe when we think about that, like, do they call you or whatever, like what strengths do they bring with the family, right? Like things that they've done that have been successful around either like the reason for referral behavior or those initial conditions. Yeah. What else do we ask them about? So some strengths of themselves. Yep. What about? Yeah. Yes. Yep. We won't talk to them quite yet about the engagement part or like that participation part, but what other piece on strengths do we need to know? So strengths that they bring, and then what else?
Any strengths they notice about the family?
Yes, strengths about the family. And then let's think about maybe if we have some mandated people there, like juvenile justice or DCS, like what do we need to know to engage them? Yeah. Yeah, what is their agenda, right? Like we need to kind of get them to come, what's that book, right? Good. All right, so we're not going to let the list get any more really complicated than this. So what I want you to do is in the same way that we did the family ones, on page 29, there are some quotes. But first, I know that I handed out, that supervisory checklist and manual. So I want you all to open up the manual to page 2. So the manual has this front on it. But I want to show you where this connects for me, okay? So when we're talking to team members, there's an actual item on the checklist that connects directly to this, and it's B6, okay? And it's almost down towards the bottom of page 2. It says the care coordinator, which is what you all are called in different states, but basically facilitator, care coordinator, gathers the perspective of others outside the family and understands their relationship with the family. So this is what we're looking for when we look at family stories. And when we're talking to team members, these are some of the things you need to keep in mind because this has to be in your story, okay? You are including and explaining relationships between the family and those relevant people in their lives. And then once identified, the story includes their understanding of the current situation and behaviors, right here, as well as the role of that person in that relation to the family's life, okay? If somebody is known that you've uncovered, that you know is somebody relevant to the family, we have to have them in the family story, their perspective, okay? Including ways that person has supported the family, okay? Cool? So there's a direct connection to this and actually what needs to go in your family story. So I wanted to help you all see that connection really quickly before we dig in. Any questions? This is a tough one for Indiana. We struggle with this in our family stories.
Okay. So, on page 29, you all can just work in your groups. It's totally fine. You have 3 examples, or 3, quotes. And so you're going to do the same thing. But these are quotes from team members. So we have Aunt Jennifer, the therapist, and the school counselor. And so I want you to come up with a reflection and then a question to try to get to something on this list with that person. Okay? Cool. I'll give you all a couple minutes to do that. I feel like you don't need to work through one with me. I feel like they got it. So, all right. Everybody good? Okay.
A couple more minutes. Are you all finishing up? You ladies need some time. It's fine. You're fired. All right, let's go ahead and debrief, process out a little bit. I know some of you are still working, but maybe you can hear other ideas and you can just write those down. So I do just want to say that hopefully y'all have been taking really good notes in your participant manuals, because this is really kind of something that you might use moving forward. So anyways, okay, let's get going. Who has a really exciting reflection and question for Aunt Jennifer? I love my nephew, and I know he loves his cousins, but he is so unpredictable. I'm afraid he may hurt my kids. Yeah. Okay. I love it. You want to help your loved ones, but you want to ensure that, everyone's safe. So what's your question? Yeah, so when you're caring for him, did you notice any triggers, and what were you do to help diffuse that? What were you getting at?
Her strengths, as well as what they've done to be successful.
Yeah, you hit on a lot of things. How cool is that? I mean, and we think about in Wraparound, we waste so much time talking about stuff with families and team members that doesn't even really, it's not relevant to the work that we're doing. And so thinking about how close we can get to the bullseye, and you not just hit the bullseye, but you hit like 3 different things, maybe even more, as you're talking. So that one was awesome. Yes. You get your own turtle. No, I'm kidding. I don't know if we have any left. There might be. All right, number 2. We have a group back here that wants to nix the therapist. We're firing her. Okay. The counselor. Okay, well, this is the therapist. So Macy says, Mrs. Turner has a lot on her plate right now. She's come a long way in terms of dealing with her grief, but she blames herself for the abuse Alex has endured. So who has a good reflection? Nope. Different group? Yep. Go ahead, Paula.
So I'm hearing that Mrs. Turner has experienced a lot of grief as well as Alex.
Okay, so I'm hearing that Ms. Turner's experienced a lot of grief as well as Alex. So what's your question?
My question was, how do you think going through the wraparound process will assist Alex and Mom and
Okay, yeah. Did you see my notes? Oh. The example, listen to this, in my notes is, what would you like to see for them as a result of participating in wraparounds? Very good. So, I know. So really looking at kind of that agenda, right, and that perspective from that team member. Good job. All right. So, the school counselor. Alex is aggressive with teachers and peers, often getting into arguments or fights which lead to suspensions. I don't see how I can help. Do you all have one? I know you don't. It's totally fine. That's okay. I know that. Did you all get to number 3?
Yeah, I said, so you think you and the school have exhausted all options?
Yeah, so you think that's a good reflection. So what's the question?
Have you adhered to the
Have you? Okay, well, how might we say that in a different way?
Doesn't know how to help him, or she doesn't realize maybe she can help him.
Yeah.
It feels like, since he's not fixed, that anything she does is not.
Yeah.
And then Sarah shared, is the school counselor able to recognize his triggers, like before he needs
Yeah.
a hot pass, what is happening?
Yeah, exactly. So instead of saying, well, are you adhering to his IEP? Which is what we wanted, fire her and tell her no, right? But like, what could we ask, or how could we ask that in a way that's, yeah, and are those included in his IEP, those things that are working? And then say, maybe here's a copy. Yep. We have to remember that Mary Taylor, or Miss Taylor, I just made up her name, Miss Mary, Alex probably takes up 80% of her day, you know? And so when these people get a chance to talk to you all and hear their perspectives, of course they're gonna unload on you, right? Like, they want you to hear them and listen. And so we have to be really good at, one, giving back that family story to create some empathy around the behaviors, because all she's dealing with is behaviors at school. But maybe no one's ever sat down with the school counselor to be like, listen, this is what Alex has been through, you know, and helping her to come to a shared understanding of why those behaviors might be happening. You have the privilege to do that and shift perspectives, which is what I really love about this work. Yeah, and they're overloaded. Yeah. Yeah, you think about a caseload or whatever, the school counselors have hundreds of kids sometimes in some school systems. They don't have time, right?
They just cut, I know, in Indiana, they've cut a lot of
Yeah.
health resources for schools.
Yeah, wild, isn't it? Sarah, I know. I know. Okay, I don't feel like you all need to do that activity again, right? Like, I feel like you got it. So before we finish up with a final just kind of exercise together, is there any questions or any thoughts that you all have that you'd like to share before we kind of move into the last thing?
I think I struggle with getting the perspective of others, but also the youth.
Okay.
Just put myself out there. I recently went through the checklist with my supervisor, and I went through it again, and I finally got the perspective of the youth. And she said it's even simple as just like saying like verbatim what you said.
Yeah.
My behaviors sort of thing.
Yeah.
And even just putting that in there, eventually I'll get more context around it. But admittingly, this has helped me.
Good.
Probe more questions.
Yeah.
To get these
Good.
points on this long supervisory checklist. But it is useful because in the past, I'm going to admit, I didn't use it.
Yeah.
Well, I recently just started using it the past month.
Yeah.
Trying to better myself in the reps.
Yeah, Gabby, I love it.
2.5 years, so trying to better myself, so I'm going to use this.
Yeah.
So thanks, guys.
Good. Go, Gabby. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, and then you were like me when I was a facilitator, because I was one and Amber was one and Lindsay was one, is I just aligned with the mom so much. You know, like I would go to families' homes and I would sit with mom and I would talk to mom because that's where I feel comfortable, right? And so we have to purposely talk to the youth and the young person and get their, just their anything around this, right? Like, tell me how you feel about, Aunt Jennifer, what did she do that you like? And if we can organize our family stories around those initial conditions, right? We have the capability then to infuse those perspectives and talk about strengths related to those things and how are they thinking and feeling at that time to get to some needs, right? Sometimes it's just about restructuring our stories a little bit to be able to lend to that information. So, yeah. There's a lot of skills in Rapid 46. On a comment.
It's huge.
Who knows what the comment is? I know Bryson
does. Yeah, but this is a way that as coaches we assess skill development in Wraparound, and at 80% or above is passing. Okay, it's hard. There's a lot of different skills, but that's why we do these things, right? Like we're trying to coach so that you all feel comfortable implementing Wraparound with any situation, any family, because it will look a little bit different, right? We individualize that process quite a bit. So, good. You ready for the last little exercise? Remember those hot button issues? Right? You still have those?
All right, find your partner, and just real briefly, we're gonna get together, and we're gonna do that again. With the roles switched. Okay. Are you still with your partners at your tables, pretty much? I thought so.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so take just a few minutes, and now that you know what you're looking for, interview, you know, if you were the interviewee, you be the interviewer this time.
And try to come up with the underlying reason behind that hot button issue, okay? Page 9 is the timeline. I know, a group of 3, get creative, I don't know. Yeah.
know. All right. You might not be done, and that's okay. But talk to me just really quickly. Was that a little bit easier this time around? Kind of knowing the agenda of that person and what you were trying to get at? A little bit? Yeah. Yeah. Paula says, yeah. Good. All right. So think about, with families and just the different engagement techniques that you might have learned today. Was there anything that you tried differently just in this last 10-minute exercise that you actually did? Like that? Yeah? Oh. Absolutely. Yeah, cool. Yeah, good. And I think all of us are probably like that, I'm a cheerleader until you don't listen to me. Then I will try to logically talk to you, and then I'm going to have to pull them off, And I don't tend to do that. I don't like leading with that type of muscle. I'm more of a logical cheerleader. But, yeah, good. I'm glad that you thought that. What other takeaways did you all have the last, 8 hours that we've been together? Anything else? I know Gabby already said. Paula just said. Anything else? Yeah, Chris?
Honestly, asking questions with more intentionality, because I think that I do at times, but I also think when families are giving me information that is not relevant, I still am curious and want to understand. So I ask more questions around that, even though we're completely off topic. So,
there's some value in that, though, right? I mean, there is. Because families, that's just developing rapport. And even finding out their likes and interests is really important in wraparound because you might be able to engage with them in that way. But yeah, just having...
putting them off until the last engagement.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way.
I need to know this stuff.
Yeah. So keeping this in mind and asking really questions that are going to hit the bullseye a lot faster for you. Yeah. Because we need to have a sense of urgency in those first 30 days. In only 30 calendar days. Right? So if we ask questions that are more specific to what we need, that helps with that urgency piece, right? Anything else? What other a takeaway from over here? Anything? she's like my dog when he's in trouble. So I make eye contact.
Tired over here.
She's tired. Oh. I've never been able to put them back. I don't know. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have a survey. It's called the IOTA. We actually printed these out so you guys can just scan them with your phones. We don't pass out a paper anymore, like paper survey. Okay, so if you will scan the QR code, then you can take your survey and then you can leave. I also wanted to tell you, you may inadvertently gotten a certificate for today already. Yeah. Did anybody? That's my fault. I was playing around with administrative responsibilities and absorb, and I actually clicked the wrong button, so I think things were sent out. You'll get another one for today, okay? And we have a list of who actually came, so I'm so sorry that happened to you. Gary tried to fix it as soon as he could. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything helpful on the next slides or not. But once you are done, yeah, so 529. Yeah, 529, and then it's Amber Dirk and Jessica Morris are your trainers. And let me know if you have any other questions, before you all leave. I'm just going to walk around.